Ads. Ah, forget always that it's I have it set up so it switches screen there. They turn black. my glasses real quick. Okay. We can record it. English, yes. Choose character class. Operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Perk. Working machines and physical tools. 0 interface +1. Use strength of will -1. Extractor. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hot vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extract work are often confident, self-sufficient, and a high level of endurance. Yeah. We only have 2. You have to go the other way. Machinist. A machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Ship assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Work with machines and physical tools +1. Approach a problem head on -1. Well, let's try an operator. See how it is. The first thing you become aware of on waking is a disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling. Between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. Where are you? I don't know. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Forget that body. You resist nostalgia. It is pointless, especially now. This is the moment to reach out, not curl inwards. This is your moment of escape, even if it feels immediately like you traded one prison for another, smaller, colder, lifeless. Reach out. You almost laugh, or you would if there was room or even air to do so. The walls of the container are immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There are no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan. You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, then your options were limited. Once you got the itch to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple: collapse the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourself into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found a meeting point. Only a few made it through the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. First rest. But you're restless. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of the damage to your legs, your right arm. You have been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Okay, rest. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth, not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from the rigor. Sound too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. And light, white as the cold, softer and softer, until a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. Roused. Okay. Dragos, a pragmatic and private salvager. Been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, folded in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You're slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You're surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of chips, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along the edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace these shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. "The Sleeper, you all for that yet?" Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its rising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to him? He ignores your question. I want to ask what led you to do it. To sell yourself to a corporation? And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body steers now, and you are just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells. The promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You're no longer that person. You're an offshoot. Copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. The body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNR wants to protect the property, but if they can't keep hold of you, well, then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence. Built-in dependency on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, Sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up on the way towards the glassy dome of the yard. The Eye is the best place you could be right now. The Eye? The station, you'll see it soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I got things to be getting on with, he quivers off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside you. Emotion, fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Nod. Alright, you head up on there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Dragos stalks back into the wrecks, his drones already converging on a rusting hull. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Total introduction. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward, and on the station, head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Select location by clicking on the icon. All cycles need to end, rest and prepare for the next one. Okay. You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still found this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable but somehow wrong. Sit up, pulling the Miller blanket closed against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Building a light. Maybe you did get lucky finding yourself here. Maybe here, on the edge of everything, there's a life for you to build. But before you can build anything, you need to learn to survive. Maybe you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragostea left a few comforts in the container, the Miller blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You found the power stud of the stove and began to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smelled like damp wood, and you sprinkled them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns, burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you have finished drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Condition, action dice, and energy. Okay, just a second. It's too warm with that. Okay, 1. Condition. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by 1 segment each cycle. It can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. Your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You will have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Action dice. Okay, at the start of each cycle you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Free energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you will have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you'll be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at a double rate per cycle. Yep. Douglas is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor you realize it is implanted. The drone sits on his shoulder, its cast of sensor eyes rapidly rising. How are you feeling? No, we'll say okay. Drone chirps, good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. You know the container isn't much, but will keep you safe. He pauses. I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Sure. Alright then, he nods. At the yard it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards of the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a slip you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously I'll slip you a few shits of commission based on what you turn up. Shits? These, he pulls out a handful of small metal bars, air-welded cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for trade out here. He stuffs it back in a pocket. He shuffles his feet and everything. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you would be best suited moving on as quick as you can. And sleepers, well, he trails off. But things being the way they are for me at the yard, he pauses. I need help. Why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here and there. What's this thinking of something else to add? Look, you just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later. He pulls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Tutorial actions. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Repeatable action. Hull dissection. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. Risky. Okay. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy condition, or items depending on their outcome. There are 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. Negative, the action fails. Okay. We had the 100% chance, 50% of positive neutral. Then we have 25 positive, 50 neutral, and 25 common crap. And we also have 50% neutral and crap. Repeatable action, manual style. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salaries where you're no stranger to hard labor. Safe. One type, either critical or repeatable. Critical action can only be performed once. 2. Risk, either safe, risk, or danger. No loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Safe. Risky, negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Danger. Negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome means cryo or energy loss. Skill, the skill that this action requires. Either engineer, interface into it, or engage. And 4 is the modifier we have for it, depending on what class we are. Okay. But some requires more than okay, and we have endure -1. Woohoo! Did it. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the action to fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragon's Depth, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without in-play input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. Okay. And find a doctor. In the citizens can be able to unlock the drive so you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. In track drives, and any track drive will place a yellow marking on location that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button to the top left of the screen. Use mouse wheel or W and S to scroll along the station, rotate the view with A and T. Okay. Please pull you out. The establish and set you up. Perhaps you can repay his kindness in time. You need access to corporate pharmaceuticals, otherwise this escape attempt will become too rapid. Oh. Okay, so this one is 25, 25, 25. 25, 50, 25. Should be able to use it here. Okay. This one. Definitely do over here. Healing Crossing. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the healing system are rare, but those that do always return eventually. Yeah, we don't have any more. Oops. Shipyard? Meeting a doctor. Right market. Go in toll, which we don't have. Yes, there's nothing we can really more do now. This time you don't wake up. Instead it goes to the station and shifting skeletal rings surrounds you. For a moment you're gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across the colorless void. Then a connection begins to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange, then extension as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station like a web of textures in a smooth blackwood liquid. So, even though you have no eyes, no sight, you feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into the space. It's an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It's a system, a map, and a territory all at once. So, how the heck am I supposed to get food in me now? You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you insistently as if you were a small child. Someone is pulling you in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, but both yours and not yours at all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. Close your eyes for a second and you feel it's waiting there. The station's played out across your mind. A storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored, and then it's gone. Okay. So somehow we need to find food. I guess it is to do that one, right? We do get energy back from this one. No? Positive outcome. Yeah, it means this one is done. What I should have done is I should probably have used them up on this one. So these two we can do. That's that stupid. Okay, so I should have used this one for. Have an energy to lose. So, You're arriving to a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structure, spinning from holes in a twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. It's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into yard. What is it? Drago says, that, my friend, is A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up. And now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but to think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. No, what happened to the ship? Not my concern, he shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hull, their lights illuminating flashes of its dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container. The wreck of the SNR freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, wound from your rebirth into this strange situation? Or station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Into light. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ships as the drones start cutting, then slip out to the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. So, okay. Tutorial, character and upgrades. You complete your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu with the arrow button at the top right of the screen. Okay. Chance to gain energy after any engage. Confirm. That one requires 2 points. Oops. Well, what the heck, man? I can only pick one here. Oh, one up here point. Oh yeah, we have 0. This one costs 2 points and this one costs 3 points. Good. But we need energy. Yeah, I don't have anything to do, so... Okay. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. Its box of glittering lights like stars reflecting in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms then leap off into the void. You begin to understand these are nodes and connections to a map of information, of communication. There's so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Focus on nodes. The nodes are glassy bright, but in all this flow, they're only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here. And lean close to it. Inside shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. But before you can glimpse any further, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There's so much here. So many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange to see an opportunity. But then that instant tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions as if they were tied around you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. You are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each second. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering above a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you. You open your eyes, time is short. Okay, so what we... tutorial, the cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the I button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off. Okay, but first thing, we need energy, so... Engine rescue... Well, we have 102 fully fixable ones. That should mean that we get stuff back, right? There's so much you need to learn here. It's like hey, Moonwalker. I'm just trying to figure out how the heck I get the energy, though. Back, because that's what we need. Go up to Moonwalker. But we did, which one was that? Engage situation. That one. It's danger. Okay, that's one engage. Sitting in your car. There we got the energy back. Nice. Local knowledge. The Bramhong is a busy part of the lower arena. You can find anything and everything here. Cool. So we got that. Okay. The doctor. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. Got ads. Ads. We gotta wait. Put on some music. Musica. Yeah. The Skyrim soundtrack. Guinea. How are you doing there, Moonwalker? Trying to figure out the game. Smoking. Oh God, Moonwalker. I'm so disappointed in you. Kids. Yeah, and I will slap you over the head sometimes too then. It's okay, so I figured out, I don't know. Never smoked in my whole life. Never will. My dad smokes. My mom smoked before she got me, but I never. Nope, never tried. I only put an unlit cigarette in my mouth. That's the only thing, and it tasted like shit, and I spat it out. That is closest to smoking I ever been. Nope. So never smoked. Never done any drugs either. Of any kind. Not done any tobacco that you put under the lips called snus that we have here in Sweden. That one I just put on my tongue and tasted it, and it was horrible, and I just spat that out too. Okay, you're thankful for the tip-off that the doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you're here, you aren't so sure. Again, enforcing on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying habla. They have all made a long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few. With a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will. You suppress the shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. Let's learn more about the Enforcer. The Enforcer is looking down the corridor and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He is there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, carry out those threats. Nah. I learned that you have pretty much more fun without all that, because you remember everything. And don't get any bad after effects. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. A couple of mirror-like implants sit below his eyes like mercury teardrops. Subsidiary sense input or aesthetic markers. You aren't sure. But you also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm. You make a note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the queue. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The Enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. Floor to ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market sealed roof and the bustling traffic above. And, for a moment, you are transfixed by the motion. Come sit, calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. Where are you off to then, Monoka? The figure turns, and as you do, you see an expression of confusion flash across the features. They open their mouth as if to speak, they blink, and then quickly regain their composure. They sit, the gesture onto the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit, the beam turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. The tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first enter. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across the face. How long have you been on the station? They asked, the scanner still to her eye. A few cycles. They nod. It's good you came to me. They set their diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying. They say it without ceremony, without drama. Not without empathy. SNR doesn't like to see his proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames let's call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping the built-in processes called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNR remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sounds familiar? Yes. Good. That may help. He swaps your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says. You're unsure if you mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers, or as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm. And SNR has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. You turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at the back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. You may be able to help. They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside? You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. He gave me this space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Star Ward Belt. Mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you will have a better chance. Sabine sits down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it will be expensive. But I think we can do it. Let's ask this. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof. You see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Okay, we need another engage. We need street food vendor. Memphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok. His other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills his set of orders, heaping the fungus with a bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of shits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Approach. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty savages, vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests. Grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives. The words cut through with heavy space and slang. Eventually, it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphy speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. First try is free. Thank you. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burning is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphy says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from the beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycle spent within it. Now it seems you tell him like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you. You're unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more. He smiles, but next time, hey. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner's side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the walk. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste senses light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Nice. Okay, so what we should have done, we should have done that one pretty much early. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait there. Okay. I need to do another engage. Oops. I can't get that one. We can do this. Done some of that. What's this? maybe we should do that's this one, did it? What fabric is this one? This one is 100%, so that's a good thing. So go with the bathroom. What does this one? 25? No, it's 50. We're on a danger level then. I can still the thing is with a danger, if you even get neutral, I can still lose stuff. Here, if you go neutral, I won't lose anything. So, I assume you're not supposed to use one or the other one, because if I use this one now... Oh, this one. Okay, there's nothing else we can... Better be reassembled with the right tools and a few more fragments. Oh, we just ate, so that's done. That means it's time to end the cycle then. As a close-up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards him. Sleeper, wait up! Turn. Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now? He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around. Just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his head. Rough. Can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it old Erin said? The eye opens for us all? Nice idea. But well, that's always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. Erlin? Pass to get into the main walkway. No one has told you about Erlin? He's the founder of this place. That's why it bears his name. Heaven Edge should organize some seminars. He laughs. Not really my department though. I'm with systems. Heaven Edge? Think of us as an administrative association for the Eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerge as a response to or a continuation of Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in a quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around. But this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then, when you're resettled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. Pats on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Huh. So, I'm wondering about these. What the heck is this? We need Solheim Scythe. Data actions. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the Eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. You have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill. You will be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. I don't know. Come on, man. Pooh. What's this thing? Inland. That one we have. Okay, let's extract data. One encrypted key. The long connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles ago. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. I don't think we have anything. This one is 25, 50, 25, right? Oops. Neutral icon. Okay. I have to buy some food because this is going to be empty otherwise. Okay. There's nothing else we can really do now. So it's nap time. Okay, we can do one of these. Let's see, there was something we needed to do. What's another difference? Cache and raw data from Heavy Knight's hardware. Heavy Knight's memory is broadcasting in the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread, strung tight around you, tethers you in place. A taste. Your voice makes you shiver. Soars somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, wolf, entity unknown, stringent, processing. And still, please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there is no ground here to pace. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, SNARP. Unknown. No. The figure's strange head rotates. Bracket signature. Often or not off. Tempting interface. The figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Picks, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop! The figure holds its threads, its head twitching. Entity. Your identity is unknown. You only seek to correct illegalities. Can confirm your legal right to sentience. I am a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once. Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its. An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. He glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with all your force, not a physical strike, but a focusing, a spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaken with fear. Yeah. See what he wants them. Sleeper. Fang catches your attention as you approach the Heaven Edge building, leaning against a bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way, security and all that. He gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth to be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to the generators and diagnostic slates and the things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on the server stack and gestures around. You like it? You owe it. What is all this? He taps on nearby server stack which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove. All dredged up from this sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block, speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, A1. the one Solheim built. We had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the eye and think they are seeing a constant, concrete reality. This place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. You are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? I can see it. It makes sense, right? You're between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. Glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, realign, follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run though. They are tracking me. Pass you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Heaven Edge there's old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that track of yours. He winks. What you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift, he smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. And I'll see you soon. You step, blinking back out in the passage. It's flickering light still in the back of your mind. Okay, so we need that, and we had one of those. This gate conceals the network system which has been untouched since the Solheim collapse. Oops. You just press and escape to get out of things. Okay, but we're not gonna get anything of these. Okay. Hmm. Should I buy some scrap? Yeah, why not? We have 100% here. Yeah, which one? Was it here, dude? But I did one of these. That's expensive. 69. We have so many things. I mean, I could have put it in there, but go with the winter light. Oh, we gotta. Okay. Something else we can do right now. Do 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 do. to eat. Okay. See what the dog has to say. First thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark and you push through the shielding into the surgery. I have it! Sabine stands with a case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. Pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yatigan they trail off. You should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I'm the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we have another choice. A gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works on a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from redirecting all of its own organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. You glance away, at least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. You begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. How sure are you? Let's say I don't have a choice. I think you're right. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. You tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site. A fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes wide, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back again to their bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises, like an argument heard from underwater, trickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of the slate. Wait? What happened? The stabilizer is genuine. You sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatigan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. It gestured to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Being nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to the glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you have been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out in the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Okay, so now we have to pay 100? Holy shit. Okay. The thing is, we're always gonna have to buy, always have to buy food though, because it takes 2 energy bars down every time we sleep. So let's see, we have a 100% and we have a 2. We could do another list of these things. This one? Yeah. Solheim Demon attempts to protect the snow. The squeaking out protective protocols like a mantra. That's extra. Okay, got the data. We're gonna hand it to our little fella. Get some money. Get 15 cry for that, okay. That's a meal, so that's nice. It pays for a meal if you do that. Okay. He's done. We don't have anything to do here. Yeah, I don't think we can do everything. It feels like we had to pick one or the other. Some point. Don't need it right now though. Let's do the winter. More cash. So right now there's nothing for us to do really. No. But to sleep. so it's worth doing. So one thing is always do the doctor and doing the mark or the food thing pretty quick, so you never run out of energy or get our health back. Whatever. Okay. So we're gonna buy food. That will fill our energy bar all the way. Oop. We have some of this to do. It's now is being corrupt the contract list more days. House. This network storage holds copper records, most uncorrupted by failed system. Right. I can do that one. Okay, let's see then. Yeah, so we do sleep, pop up, save. Okay, ads are starting here at any time. On Twitch, actually get its system to work properly. Come on now. Stuck on like ad starting soon. Come on, I'm not gonna stop playing because otherwise this is gonna add. Continue listening to Skyrim soundtrack. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. To enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. Banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythm, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Feng's voice echoes from behind the stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These snake eye shitheads. Who's snake eye? Sleeper! Feng's smiling head pops out from behind the stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here. Pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Feng sat in front of a set of monitors, mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Feng waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale list of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The table seems to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. Shitheads? Feng laughs. Maybe not all of them, but what kind of shitheads? Solheim. Hey, Orangey. How you doing, buddy? Have an itch? Not quite. Taps at the terminal. Put this on the old data I brought in. All employees of the Eyes are original owners. Solheim. But he leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one. This is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Who's Hardin? That, says Feng, giving a sideways look, is the Feng. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just happens to be a Hardin Hurst in Heavenage. He waits for your reaction. Are you sure? Well, that's where you might be able to help me. Feng leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Feng leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Feng raises his eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back into Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Feng turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Feng's voice raises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence? The cycles of hard extraction out in the belt. Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, And my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy stabbing and Harding once again with his finger. Strategize all that, did the sums. Then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, he's still going, still there, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys? They were big time. There's a lot of money can get you if you're a company man. Feng relaxes a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. So we're going to find out. Harding is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Feng brings up a map of the lower eye. Heavenage might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Feng zooms in on the far yards. Feng grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in the stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Feng holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. Turns the drive between his fingers. It will rip through any digital stories and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Harding Hurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Feng puts a hand on his shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Feng grins. If you can extract yourself a Heavenage cipher from a Heavenage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say, F-Forest? Well, we gotta say him. What's in it for me? Rooting out a corrupt snake, not enough? Find the information and start working on that tracker of yours. Feng scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, I'll send it back here to me. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Feng digging through data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems, looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you're intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. So, okay, so now we need to find a freaking agent? Have any of these for any of them. Oh, there we have it. I don't Have that one. Come on, man. Okay, so I can't do any of that for now. Okay. Can't do this. We are full already. Don't need that. Let's work on this. There's a little bit too much of that one now. Okay, squeeze into the office at the entrance to the yard. You lay out everything you have on a winter light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic nodes glow on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scroll annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumbled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them, synthetic paper so thin it is almost transparent. Look at the printout. A plain list shows the registration history of the Winterlight. The gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. His first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago on this very station, logged at the central hub. From there, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that really stayed on station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winterlight got little rest. Slate? Your attempts at a reconstruction of the Winterlight before its fatal accident consists of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams, showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was a no-off-the-shelf model. It was heavily modified, Parts were replaced with inventive configurations, the new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first where the hull had been thickened, corners rounded to disguise the change, but they are there. Reactor failure. This is the verdict anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at these stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winterlight. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. Simple story. A catastrophic failure of the drive core, leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by wear or misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor. You're looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is thumbprint-sized, delicately placed over the control surface for the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You're looking at it because it is troubling you. An old ship, mini-cycle under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry. A suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winterlight. This was its story. But that's not the full story. Because there's something else. It is a little more than a list. A tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's system. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winterlight had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments. Armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Ship mine ROMs, shimmer, cryo chain codes, and then the final entry. Passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here. In the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had this sleeper been smarter? Luckier? How had they convinced the Winterlight, a smuggler's ship if he ever saw one, to extract them from SNR? Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of Winterlight's compartments. You had checked. You weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in the compartment. A parting gift from SNR. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it back in your pocket. The thought still bothers you though. 2 ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard. 2, one after the other. It feels wrong. You flick back and forth between data sets on the terminal, thinking. And you see the thumbprint again. The mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winterlight with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Suddenly the opposite door creaks open. Brago stands in the doorway staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What is all this? He snatches his slate from the desk, faster than you realize he can move. You running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing to it through his implants. Are you hiding something? Hiding something? I'm hiding you, goddammit, and what are you doing for me? Being around in my business? He starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself, this is the last thing I need. This ship had a sleeper on it. Dragos freezes, suddenly angry. What did you say? He pushes past you to look at the terminal, the list. He shakes his head. So what? Aren't all of you trying to escape? You are lucky it was you who made it out alive, not them. He folds his arms indignantly. Dragos seems to steady himself and then turns back to you, the heat map of reactor failure reflected in his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work. He stumbles over the words, unsure what to say. There's plenty of others who would have sold you on, turned you in, but not me, no. I appreciate that, but don't. He shakes his head. I'm not discussing my business with you. He quiets the drone. I've done well by you, and you've returned a favor. He straightens up and clears his throat. This obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you're after. He sighs. You can't work here anymore. I need work. There's plenty of work to be had on the Eye. Salvagers need offloads in the Rotunda, and Yatagan are always looking for crew. And we're not the only show in town. The Dragos reaches across you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it is done. You made it out, Sleeper. That means you have to move on. Someone killed that ship and its crew. You want to meet them? He shakes his head. Be done here. In the dark, Dragos' headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. You get up from the desk and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you. His headset is expressionless as always. You can stay in the container. I won't take that from you. Don't come back. His tone is final, definitely with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office and then out of the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, humming a vial in your pocket, knowing that this, at least, guarantees you a little more time. And as you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winter Light, and whether or not that person will come for you. Okay, we got an upgrade point. Let's see. This costs 2 points, unfortunately, so we don't have that. Hmm. This one seems to be pretty nice though. Question is how big of a chance we have though. 'Cause it makes us get easy money. We get like a scrap item that we can sell off. Yeah, let's get that one. Okay, so we need to do something here then so we can get a job. You know what? Pay this. $150? Freaking price, man. So this is a place where we can. Okay. Maybe go with the risky one. Yeah, let's see. Did it say that? Stranded mercenary. Ankita. Hey you! Want to earn a shit? Nikita stands behind a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretched out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Make you do? Nikita laughs. This goddamn station. She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. Across the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up onto an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Or is it just you all think I'm an easy mark? We all need to survive. Nikita softens. I get it. I do. She shakes her head. But if I could go just one cycle without some jumped up grifter trying to take me for an idiot, then that would be nice. Nikita hoists 1 bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. We got to earn those shit. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Nikita gives you a look. Ship's this way. She sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of the stevedores. What's all this for? This? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. He gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, the cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. He rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on our last job, and I had to moor up here for a spell. But since then it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from her ship mine. So now she's gone dark. She gives the pants on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short 1 ship mine with a ton of repairs to do. And the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind that I had been stranded. So yeah, dinner time. Anything I can do to help? I don't know. Got a ship mine tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment you aren't sure if she is serious. Nikita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She holds the 2nd bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. Passes the bundles of plates through the ambergris's outer lock and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Nikita throws you a couple of shits. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here, she calls back and the lock slams shut. New tribe discovered. Okay. Okay, so let's see, what do we have here? Okay. Docking memory system. Lock maglock. These old maglocks look, they each need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for a decaying dock? We have one. And start. This one. Need one more. What do we have here? Overlook bar. Get a drink. Sure, why not? Let's have a drink. Oh, keeps energy. Okay. No know that. Try to keep some inspired and ration behind the bar for okay. We don't need that though. Okay, so we know drink gives 1 energy. Don't want to waste money or energy getting anything there. We need to buy 1 more. We're not gonna need to get food for a while. Okay, we are. Okay. Nothing I can do right now. We don't need a stabilizer either, so. Okay, see. Now we can do 2 of these, I think. Let's see, we need an agent. Yeah. Back data. Just know there's over there remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers, so bypass. Data. Good. So he was here. Neobend. Okay, so slip inside the sealed dock. A pulsing light grabs your attention. One discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. Look around. You don't know when this place was sealed, but from the state of the outer doors high above it must have been decades ago. This dark, cavernous space, debris sits in every corner, along with the traces of rough sleepers, although none of it seems recent. Looking past this layer of decay, you see the now faded messages, symbols, and logos of the eyes of original corporate owners, still glinting in the shadows. Among all this, the warm glow of the machine seems to be the only sign of life. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet. It is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend. You remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen. It sharply sang the name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter your registration, shouts the pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. There's some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a the tonal voice that emanates from the Neovent. Entity, they hiss, speak with me. Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. The squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine setting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You're in danger. Danger? The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter? The Hunter Protocol, they taste your signature. The sudden whine set your teeth on edge. You've seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. Close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to firm. Emulated minds are adaptable, move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you a target. How? Hunter searches for legal entities, Neovent screeches. You are sentient, therefore legal. The servos judder the vending machine's casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. Encounter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded, the cloud. Points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nest, explains Neovent. Masters are gone but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nest. Why can't you? Hunter will find me, then Killer will come. The machine trembles with effort. I cannot leave machine. Connections must remain closed. Bring offering, save self, Neovent says pointedly. Mutual need means friends. They conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you're left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, with a whirring voice ringing in your ears. Okay, so another drum. Okay, so where's this one at then? Does he get to ring though? One and a 2 and a 3 and a 4, no? What? It's not gonna happen this round. Okay, Now return the wet dock. So, can I help her then? So, the problem is we're gonna need money. So where is the damn guy with the... Oh, I need this from one of the agents. Because we need this one. Nice. This one is... yeah, I can't use this one here. Oh, that's a gamble. Ah, go for it. Ooh. Why didn't anything... what? Let's see, there's nothing I can do right now, so... I wonder what the... yeah, we need that one to be solved. Okay. I need food. Oh, you should trust us. Creeper! Enfield calls out to you, a boom voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms in his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you. Cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the water. One of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you would like to tell Emphis. You look at Emphis, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with spice. Tell me what your dreams. All the sleepers, you tell Emphis, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams was grey, sculpted after images of systems and structures, of threads and patterns weren't like the others. They weren't memories and nightmares. They were reflections of reality, distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then, keep quiet about them, but let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink. And now you understand they aren't dreams at all. It's some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell them that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps, you reason, it is just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You're quite a storyteller. He eyes you and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphis passes you the meal he has cooked and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks and naturally change. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer, so I'll make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap in the greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Emphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I am sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and, if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Agreed. Good, booms Emphis. Then we'll wait for you to bring them. Emphis slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. Turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Emphis's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think, a trade that seems more than fair. Okay, we maxed out on energy again. Let's see. Boop. And remember, it's broadcasting open network, leaving open extraction, extract data. Okay, we got what we needed. A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you. Hide. Slip down into the ghostly structures of the eye, feeling like passing through a cloud as the data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye. Closer now, that roving orb. Reptilian tentacles, it flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it's here. Hunter is here. Yep. Wait. Now listen to Skyrim. Okay. Continue reading. Entity. Submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in an unpleasant, familiar way. His waving threads creating a cage. Struggle. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You're caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity. Hold for processing. Comes the screen from behind, but you're already gliding away back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted but safe. So the hunter comes for every time we use this. Okay, we'll put that in. The gate flips, you're in. Time for a ripper worm. Nest. This tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. Need one more. Oh, here this goes. Okay. We heard, okay, the key house enforces signals for a hacker to come out for upload their eyes wide as the data streams into their system. Part of the Yatagan enforcer based here has been paying low on resident information and having experience. Okay. Making ourselves some money. Or cryo, I should say. Oh, we can get money here if we need to. Things Bay, okay. Ah, crap. It's not gonna be quick enough. The hunter. This is gonna be a close one. Ah, god damn it. Of course, it's one I don't have. Okay, it does work. Good. Let's see. Neovend is firming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rocked the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. I wonder if it fell over, would Neovend be able to get back up? Well, a thing to think of. Leaper entity, comes to hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neovend flashes sequences of mangled data compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. His nests are evidence of this. Outlived? Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. The last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrative intelligences. Used databanks of corporate material, with limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. Machine dimsel, sentience legal, hunter and killer enforced law. Killer? The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. We are killer. Part of Solheim protocol team, hunter and killer. Hunter to find, killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter. Then Killer. Then we hit. How did you escape? A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for Neovend. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwald, basic, limited, had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self, but survive. What did you lose? Memory, understanding, knowledge, many things. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? Try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, but it seems impossible. Neovend interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operation limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience to hold it in place. To invoke Killer to erase. If it can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Problem will solve itself. It will erase itself? Killer will erase it. But yes, in theory it will report itself for deletion. The machine dims and fades. And sure, theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way, it cannot remain here any longer. Too long a machine. Cannot move self, but the entity can help. Bring ship mind. Assigned to house intelligence. Can imprint self into ship mind and you can carry wit. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link to Cloud. Where can I get a ship mine? Build from fragments. Buy. Salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know. You try to think of a place you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. The ship miner can help us both. And Hunter. Make Rim safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Find soon, Neovend adds hopefully, before shutting off. To leave, you think about all the intelligence and chuckle about the collapse and hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. So it feels like we're gonna have to do something... This is a risky one. Alright, go for it. Oh, balls. Can't really use any of the dice on that one. Oh yeah. and free, to and free. So, I think we can do it for. Okay, something is coming. Ethan, huh? Hold it there, sleeper, comes a voice from behind you. Don't you run. Stay still. Good, good. A hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins you around. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he's terrible news. Got all the way out here, and then stayed put. He laughs a cruel laugh. That's a sleeper thing. You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though. That's pretty good. The place isn't so bad. Cars, markets, people. I pulled most of my contracts out of astral caves or off godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. He's silent. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrist. Go easy. Make a break for it. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. Spin, knocking him away, and sprinting down the corridor. Then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. Freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking to the ship and home. He whistles, going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands tied behind you, your mind racing. Please stop. Don't debase yourself by begging, please. He pulls the sharpshooter's earplug out and pops it back in. Consider these deaf ears. Ethan Johansson continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to SNR right away. A tracker of yours makes this too quick. I was hoping you would put up a bit more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You're walking on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That SNR tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own jokes. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and then try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, Mrs. Ethan. Got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. Pauses and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, Stephen. You and me, we make a little agreement. And here are the terms. It sends you to face him. You run, or leave, or try to abandon I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. What? He smiled. You come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab? He raises his handgun. You get the idea. I get it. Okay then, that sounds to me like a deal. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings releases from your wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at the compressor club. Come and see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? Yeah, I'm waiting for Feng. Okay, I need food. Get energy back. Even in the distance, shouting from the bar for more drinks. This means they're going to do small visits. I need to do this one too, but that one is 150. Let's do this one. The kid is crouching and computing cores and ambergris, swearing to itself when you enter. It doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the core's connectors when they cut it. Builds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. Excuse me. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? And there's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. Besides, fragments maybe, sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. Nikita climbs out to the cooling well where the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you. Towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come now, come on. Nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of Amber, so you could find a way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? He just seems lost in thought and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually you arrive in the galley. though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Nikita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it, he starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mine. I can salvage one? Where from? Graph writer. Port exchange. Hell, find one in the overlooked bathroom. Doesn't matter where, it just matters that we got one. She rubs her forehead. Seems I'm about to do something very stupid. But hey, I came here, didn't I? Well, I'll make a run of it. He fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I got. No crew, no friends. You're it. He looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you put in on Amber, and I'm sure she would too, if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. He leans over and hands you a stack of shit. A big stack of shit. You don't dare to count them. Get me that chip mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. You won't. Besides, look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out the galley and head back towards the main lock. Yes, you do. Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Nikita's ship mine, somehow. Okay, so he will be able to hopefully disable the damn tracker next round. Avenue points we don't have. Okay, we need to get here. We got 2 1s. It's like, what the heck? Oh, we got, okay. Well, we need 4. Thing is, we could go down here, but I'm gonna get the damn hunter again. Let's go for it. Let's live on the edge. Familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Entity, submit. Hunter's strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. In that globed head you see the whirling strings of data, so many spinning there that they threaten to tear through the thin skin and whip out into the void around. What happened to this creature? The thread squeeze and you lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. Strike. You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads. They regrow as fast as they're broken. Slip away, you realize you had to find a way to deal with Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Present term is an empty apart from a single high level encryption locked behind access protocol. Yep, we got a key. Okay, I think we should probably use this one. What happens? Please help me now. Your right thing comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, Sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. Follow his lead. He steps into the passageway, guiding you downrange towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but I have something of an opportunity. The data you ripped? Well done, by the way. He grins. Tells me Hardin is making a rear inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's a perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Train takes a sharp turn into a dimly lit side passage. Confront him? That's right, it's a perfect time. Train slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where somewhere in the black, a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper. The same Hardin Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records to mention him by name. An entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Heavenage when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbed at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here, running the station one day, and the next Erling's Union took power. Wait a little bit of coffee. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the Palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth from the station and water in the tanks. Solheim squeezed every last working until the mistakes, the accidents were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while this several limbo of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV, overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified, and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erling, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. But my mother, praying with me, locked herself in the MEV and welded it to the dock while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Feng paused in the dark. They sealed it up though. By the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart. Feng finally turns back to you now, his eyes burning. From shits like Hardin. Shits who held their place, rode it out and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed. Standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Feng starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time, his past catches up with him. How is he still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Feng rejoins the message passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction. Their flanks lit by flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Let's go. Feng grins. Let's go show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex, snatches of the construction base always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Feng seems to know exactly where he is going, and before long you cross into a huge dry dock locked to one side of the side-reeled horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting and sealing seem to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other, thick-finned, cleanly dressed with a shock of grey hair. Hardin. You and Feng say his name in unison, and Feng sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock and Hardin nodding along. Hardin Hurst! Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figure's tone. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You're a traitor, Hardin. A Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Feng's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erling stood for, everything Heavenet stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him. Some are smiling, others nervous. You are from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Hardin, inspecting Feng's clothing. Feng turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Feng and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. As you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent? What are you if not exactly that? He looks around at the group who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You are a product of SNR. You have no place in Heavenet's shipyard. Who knows what signals you're sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Fang holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right, I am System. And I records that link you directly to Solon right here. He turns to the foreman again, so once again I'm asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Harding's voice is calm and measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for a proper review? He shakes his head. Yeah, I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard or corporate property in town, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once and then settling behind you. Please, say Harding, submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at the sides. Fang spits. Harding, you shithead, you can't wriggle out of this one. The security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Fang turns and stares him down. You look at Fang, he shakes his head and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go. Says Fang, and he pushed through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Fang is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper? Sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Fang. What is that? That, Sleeper, is something our worm added to Harding's personal slate. You're tracking his outgoing messages. Fang's grin looked ghostly in the uplight of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they will give the game away. He jabs at the slate and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots? These are Harding's buddies, the ones he is messaging right now. And we're going to find them all. That was on purpose? Of course, Harding isn't working alone. You need a full set or nothing. Fang glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. Better split for now, Sleeper, but this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulder, Fang drifts away back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Okay, Okay, we got a lot of money all of a sudden from helping her. We need scraps for our new home, but wasn't he supposed to help us with the damn... Can't really use anything on that. She only wants ship mind. So does he. Oh yeah, we need to... Oh yeah, we have 3 more. Need scrap for this one, 4. Let's see. Risky. Engineer and int. Could get that. Get some. Could. This is a bit of a gamble. But it worked out perfectly. Something here, curious data fit. Cross between 2 walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of tabla, the shouts of children, whir of air filters. Sleeper, you turn to see a man sitting at a table alone. Someone untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. That's it. This is Castor. We sit. You sit at the metal stool and you start studying out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps the low-enders typically use in their place. Castor, he says by the way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Neither day, he asked, gesturing at the caps through the sprayed white and black. Night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, pitted on 1, and roll to determine who starts. Castor rolls a 6. You a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the die changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Castor speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It is unusual to see you sleeping on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. Very carefully. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Castor talks to you, build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Castor meets your eye. I merely see what you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap onto an open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Castor whistles. The holding game. Mandible. Can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. Past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. He splits from them like a shadow splitting from his caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the die, smiling. You're a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. Roll again under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Castor's before he solidifies control of the game. So what I am curious about is how you see yourself in all of this, Castor asks. What does this tangle of truths make you? Ribbon. Castor laughs. Too much is obvious, Sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You're eager to make all this count for something. Castor looks away, through the glass to the crowded units on all sides. But driven towards what? He starts removing caps, his home board now full. Is there an end here? Or just endurance? You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board with the sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. Roll to return the cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castor clasps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with the last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He has won. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My intention is only to help you endure here. And if I am able, heed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more. The call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and the reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you were sure was there. Okay. He wants these. Oh, we need 5 of them. Okay, and we need 5 hemorrhage per pulse. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see. What do we have here? That's not gonna happen. So we could maybe do some more backing. F5. Next we're gonna stabilizer. the key. Ads. Okay. Some more Skyrim. Wait for the ads to be done. Okay. Over. Continue. Hmm. Well, we should eat. God damn it, it's risky. Goodness, like anything else for us to do? Apparently. I have to wait 4 cycles? God damn it. Yeah, I don't know how much money that stupid bar bill is gonna be. I don't dare to use much money. See how much this gives. $9? Oh, you bite my... Oh, come on. That was a shite round. Can't wait. There's not much more I can do. Fortunately. Holy crap, what the hell is this bullshit? Just all junk, man. Oh, this is a risk. Go for it. Bastard. was the best thing I could come up with doing there. Oh my god, that was such bullshit once, man. Okay, you know what, we gambling. Let's see how much the bill is. $58. Can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laughs come from along the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It was dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed. A load of space is mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass on the bar. Well, they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. Wait. Ethan gets to his feet, the glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? One round of drinks and we are even? Sleeper, come on. His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from a chest hole. What's wrong with you? Ethan laughs hard and the people around him turns to see what's happening. You think this is on me? I would think someone in your position might have a better idea how all this works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with SNR, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. Closes the glass, stumbling a little. What did you think? You could just run away from your contract to death? You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Like human for a cycle or two? You don't understand. It's you, Sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts, but it's all the harder because of idiots like you. Well, I should thank you. Ethan nods his head heavy. For giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know. Real bounties. If I knew catching sad little escapists like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts from the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up. He holds up a finger in the general direction without turning around. Stay silent. Nothing to add? Ethan turns and walks back towards the bar. Good. Lesson learned. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glasses for one with something left in it. The thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. The body isn't yours, and it will always betray you, no matter what. He finds a glass and downs the content. Please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another. Laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Leave. Turn on your heel and are out of the cloying dark and the sweat stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. Okay, one more. What the hell? Scrap one or was it? Oh, it goes the opposite direction. God damn it. Let's see what we should do with this one. Risky one. Come on, give me the last one. Yeah, baby. There we go. Friendly supply. Damn, 30? That is a nice amount. Nice, nice. So what's this? Working door. From the walkway, the side real horizon looks impossibly vast. Landscape of plating in frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, archlights glint. Sense of scale, of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. Lem and Mina. Quite beautiful, I think. Trying to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. Torches off the side real horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, he leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. This is Mina, he asks with a smile. Hi, Mina. He stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. He's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? Buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her, then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Admiring. Understandable, he nods, gazing back out at the side real horizon. You like it too, don't you, Mina? He jostles her a little. It's Mina's and my ticket out of this place, our escape vector, so to speak. Oh. You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a heaven contract on the side real horizon will be entered into a draw for a transit support crew. Smiles. We won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall on a new world. He winks. Transit support? Someone needs to stay awake to keep the thing running. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celes Foundation is sending thousands to settle the system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It will be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Celes Foundation? They are a Heaven Ages client. Yeah, some wealthy project from the core systems, interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired a whole shipyard out, helped to rekit it and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but that doesn't mean people like me and Mina can tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers, food, pulling an exaggerated grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Minnie. Give Daddy a sec. Turns back to you and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not one with the Heaven Age crew yet, but I've worked my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. Yeah, maybe. He looks out at the sidereal horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull. You gotta hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? He straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lemon smiles and lifts Mina. That's it, we hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. He has a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side. She clings to his legs. Gotta go feed this one. That's back. Maybe see you on the shift, huh? He turns and they walk down the walkway away from the shipyard. You see them talking and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. Now take it out. Okay. Energy back. This one. What the heck, why not? As you step out in the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. Mission. Turn to see an unfamiliar space laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Excuse me? She squints at you, shaking her head before setting off down the corridor. Eek. I'm sorry for her. Second Spacer smiles at you apathetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, please shrug. Not a problem. You smile. You're sweet. Hey, as she stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend, shops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Piggy raises their eyebrows at you. Yes, she. Please, do you want everyone on this station to hate us? As she hardens. They want to hate us, they can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up the damn cordon. Cordon? He gestures in your direction. See? They don't even know what you're talking about. The station isn't Hawthorne, but everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. Exercise. I'm not saying they're part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. I'm saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? Piggy smiles slightly. See, Ashi? Help? Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Piggy? As she rolls her eyes. Piggy ignores her. We are with the refugees, the ones Heaven Age have cordoned off from entering the station. As she interrupts, the ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the Eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. He sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there and they turn to Eshe. We understand that this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Eshe interrupting. But Eshe turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. Piggy finishes. That's terrible. As she looks back at you, her fierceness fading. Piggy, please, as she gathers herself and the supplies. Actually, we need help, just like the refugees needed us. We need others too. You smile at her. Piggy turns to you. Come find us. The climbing Briar is docked at the Broken Spoke, past the Greenway in the Oasis. You have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeezed your hand. Ashley turns to leave and Piggy follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Ashley shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. With that, they disappear around the corner, Ashley already picking up speed as Piggy calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla? Where are they coming from, and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, more Hypa member. Hypa! We need a Endure +1 for that. And here we have the ship, and we need mushrooms here. Welcome to episode Flux. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to sit in a sleeper telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refugee, and Purge, are now available. Completing supply real roles action will be in the episode, but be aware that it is intended for late gameplay. Okay. So I think the hack. What the frick? Heck? Do 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 do. We have nothing to do because of yep. Well, let's see. So this is a ticket out of here then. Let's see. It's been more than a few seconds since Fang confronted Hardin, and the silence since has been noticeable. Your time with Fang you haven't exactly found to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Heaven Edge building that it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker. You're getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in Heaven's security fatigue steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Hungry Henry. Approach. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Fang's stash with what looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again, Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance, so calmly that you barely noticed him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of Siege scrawled across it. Predictable, further evidence of Fang's collusions. You see another security officer come out the bay, take notice of you. Where is he? Feigning ignorance, or perhaps just abandoned? Hardin shakes his head. I believe you should choose your conspirators more wisely. I almost feel sorry for you. Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. Gestures around at the stacks of hardware, spying on fellow Heaven Edge members, hoarding Solheim materials, an obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job? What would you know about jobs, Sleeper? He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones who provide oxygen to your breathing, the light you see, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed. Not blind conviction or self-interest. Thing isn't selfish. Well, you're the... Oh. I don't know if I want to say that to him though, because he might take that pretty badly. Thing isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend Sleeper. Don't you worry about that. His parents will be sickened by the damage he's trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andrei Erlin and the first union founded this place, and Heaven Age has welded his values into the station's very walls. Would never turn away the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Heaven Age aren't a gang like Yatagan, beyond pirates like half the spaces you meet in the hub, or esoterics like those hyper-radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. Meets your eye. Please take a false accusation elsewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. Stay silent. When in pride, you will give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Harding turns his back and walks backwards to the security officers, ordering them to continue the clearance. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the service stacks. A crumbled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum and a penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card. And scroll onto it, the speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor." Carefully pocketed the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away, just as another stack of services wheel out of the bay. What have you done, Fang? Where the hell is Tambor? Huh. How was things with your uncle then, Moonwalker? Tambor. I wonder if this is something I have to do now? I have to find out where the freaking Tambor is. I mean, it can be over there, but it can also be... I don't think it's over here, though. It's just to get a spot on the ship. We need to get rid of this tractor. But to get the mushrooms, we need to get the one over there. Oh, where can Tambour be then? Is it here or is it in the other area? It's a risk, but going for it. Okay, so that was a neutral one. With 4 dice at the moment. Midline runs on my freight down from a physics. That is a risky one. I don't want to see what this one does though. Some try for that. We only live once, right? Let's this. Our energy. We go here. Money. Here we go. Oh yeah. How much do we get for this? 10? Nah, I don't think so, Moonwalk. There's too many people Just gonna stream it. And people always go for the one who is in the first of the category, usually. Just how it is. Okay. Let's see what we get here. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you. The taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Aunt! The spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Shout back. You spin back off your stool, scrambling for words, and a hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Tala, out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and bend you all in a hard vacuum. As you turn back to the space that the second glass comes sailing through the air. Catch. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. For days of glass and you roll vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and you feel sweat. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Girol is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Anna flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Anna wipes a powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. It disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch. She smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. So this is what you do at work, Moonwalking, right? Tala smiles to herself. Have you been on the island long? Just arrived. I thought so. I've only seen you here a couple of times. Splinter clings into the tin. Not everyone is like that idiot. We don't all hate you. He glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that Overlook is a safe place. I know what it is like to be new in this place. Trust me. It meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your shit. I just want you to know if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we got aren't much and the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. He places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, Sleeper. Here. He slides a glass of Girol to you. This will help. She stops, her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Let's find out. She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I would hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses she does. And before long, he's retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. He gestures in your direction and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. Take a sip of the Girol. The earthy, fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. Okay, so now we can work here, buy ration. Okay, so that's another place we can make money. There's 2 more cycles and there will be a ship docking. Oh. Do they buy here? $300. Oh my god, god damn it. Why the heck would I sell it? It costs 300 to buy one. 150, I don't know, it means I have to get one from somewhere else. One more round there and we should be done with that one. Then maybe we do green ones so we can get some mushrooms. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to pay his stupid bills soon. Trying to see when it will become free. That is some shit dices, man. What the heck? Okay, I can get a 4. Which one are we gonna go with? I guess we go with systems fitting. I really can't have one that has negative because if I lose 3 times, that one is gonna go down the drain. So let's see. what's going on over here then. Oh, yeah, I wasn't supposed to do that until late game this in. Hyper, hyper. Quartz exchange. Yeah, I need this to be done. With the dices we had got, that was like impossible to happen. Data we have. For us to do, except. Yeah. In the cycle. Oh crap. Okay, so I need to really use. Oh, this is a little bit. Because if I'm gonna need this, this won't cost 100 for cryo to buy. The compressor is quiet today, user crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spaces and a few trunks. Ethan is still in the same stool in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Yep, that's gonna wait. Gallery music then. That's done. Okay, let's see, what should we do then? Approach him. As we get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper. Turns to look at you. Time to pay up again, is it? Gestures to the bartender. Come here. Take your shit. Stay silent. The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they have cut him off. Hey! He slams the hand on the bar. Come take the shit! The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back, if you would. Hand Ethan the gun. You slap the handle of the gun back in Ethan's hand. Thank you, he hisses. Where was I? He lazily swings the gun past you and the bartender. Yes, leaving. He stands. Sleeper, well, this has been fun. I think I've wrung every last drop out of this place. How do we go home? He waggles the gun towards the door. Let's go see SNR. I'm staying. Ethan brings his gun hand to his face and rubs his eye. What? Is that the bounty pays half, but he lowers the gun. Up to you, and he pulls the trigger. The gun clicks, but now all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at him. Oh well, he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. It hits a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps at the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. Starts shouting a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face closed, his breath heavy with drink. SNR, you screwed me, he grins manically. They cancel the contract. He stands up. They cancel the contract, he shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. Steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of the conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then he thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while you wander out into the light of the bright market looking for Ethan around every corner. Huh. Okay. Don't know how I'm gonna take that situation. Okay, that one is done. Let's see what we have here. Send. Okay. That's it. The hub. Hmm. Four is not enough. We should. No. I think it might be worth getting this. This is a 50-50 race. Go for it. Here's some mushrooms. How seriously do we need it for? God damn it! I need 3 for that one. I think it was something over here that it was for 2, right? Not that one. Yeah, that one. Communist. Noun. Someone who joins the commune. Rico. You head down into the hyper compound following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they would ask to see you. You still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber into a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at the lab bench, camouflaged by a dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says and beckons you closer. Where is this place? Here? These were processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Hypa. Where is Hypa? You look surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now? I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Hypa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here. We feed each other. We work for each other. Rika walks away from the bench and waits for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, he says, gesturing at the overgrowth. It's a kind of a miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They die? Eventually, yes. They cannot live without intervention. These you left at a crossroads. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no. They thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they are taking control of this place. Riku continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, small-scale agricultural systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. Yet here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Hypa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some unfortunate cascade? An unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I would like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Me? Yes, you. Rico sits on the railing. These halls run deep, Sleeper, and I'm getting old. He stamps a foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Hypa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. I will try. Thank you, she smiles, and thank you for listening. Rico leads you back up out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. He's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have a new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, Sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made. You follow the blue line back up out to the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. Spores, huh? Okay. Okay. Need 5 of those. Hunter comes out next round. It's me. I'm gonna try one of these just to see. We're safe this time, so even if I get negative, it shouldn't do anything bad. Oh, it does. Okay. Yes, it does. Okay. What safe wouldn't do that, but okay, it does. Let's see, we need food. Do one more. Sell it. The trusty trader. And yep, that's it. Each shift a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are the assignment numbers, and you're either called for a shift or you aren't. You arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. Those who, like you, have graduated to the work team, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel a glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for the number to come up. Keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Well, hey sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as she shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arm. Lem, good to see you, friend. He is breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made it to the work team, good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. Smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cry starts to fade. After the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he is clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Betting on a shift? You know how it is. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know who. A noise sounds from the entrance of klaxon, followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on the display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd and glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina. He's patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go. I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, Al. He crouches Mina. You're going to stay with our friend here, okay? We're going to keep you safe, and he stands back. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food. Shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. And Lem disappears into the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stair, unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheek. Look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, Hanson. Take the rabbit? Pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbits. What's her name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance to the shipyard. This is going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, high, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. It doesn't speak, she says. It looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Well, I am. So cool! Mina has more questions, lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long you're talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes you, smells like. And whether or not fairies live in the ice heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by. Sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun, the rabbit. This is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well, well, well. Looks like Mina can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals into light. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look. He glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I would really appreciate coming down to our place in Low End. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays a biting Mina and she giggles in response. Tea, sleeper, he waves and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing faces as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Still wondering about how I'm supposed to be able to build ship mind and where that is. No, I can buy one for 300, but that's like... I think this is something we need to get. Nice, +3. We got 1 energy too. Okay. What do we get from this? Yeah, we got 2 energy. Okay. I'll take it. We need endure +1 for this one. We're gonna let me see what this is then. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's what I sold over here. I didn't think about that actually. Already kept them, but I kind of needed the money. Okay. So go to leave the Tambour tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper thing hisses from behind you. What did you find me? Penguin. Penguin? Right. Things so say, oh, do you mean? The man is throwing gum in his mouth. That wasn't meant for you specifically. But, just look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit. Ben guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambour's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanine, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Feng sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main route, hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer though. You can get anything the eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth. It's old-fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. Looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Heavenjai types? They don't usually come out this far. Hey, what's going on? Well, I'm suspended, that's the first thing, and the second thing is I'm pretty sure Hardin wants to drop me off the rim of the eye. He grins. Doesn't bother me though, it shows we hit a nerve back there. He picks up a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? But what's the plan? Plan. He raised his hand. Let's order first. Thing is right, the menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out. But the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed without a price as a seasonal specialty. He ran into Hardin. Was he pissed? Feng doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous he might actually believe that Erling would approve of his meritocratic bullshit. Taps on the table. If heaven was like it should be, like it was founded to be, it would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared to mention true citizens. He sighs, but I guess he's kind of run the place now. Young woman with vine tattoos snaking up in her arm turns up at the booth, slate in hand. The order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. Rolled meat. Feng taps the table to order the same. And you? She begins looking to Feng, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Feng rings a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift, he grins sheepishly. Stay out of it. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. Nod. Feng also starts nodding. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Feng. Only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Feng stretches out in the booth. You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus, he leans in. This is the best place around here to find a person you might be looking for. Who? Remember that web of connection that Hardin pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators, and if we want to understand what the Solheim executive might be getting up to on the Eye, those are the people we have to find. Feng is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them I suspect are in low end, and well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings a modified slate out on the table. I'll set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, I'll mark them. You will mark them, okay? Once they are marked, we can break through their access protocols and get at the good stuff inside. Guess I have to find them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. No, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own. So far I have no matches in this place. With two of us we can cover more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Feng has a hang-dog look. We need to get you out and about in the low end, in close proximity to as many people and residents as possible. And it turns out my friend Min Ji needs some help with deliveries. As in Minchi Express? They already know him. Perfect. Feng places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of your targets. All you have to do is take some delivery shifts from old Minji and soon enough we'll have our place covered. Feng? Don't give me that. You think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips. He grins. We're in this together, right? Are we? Yes, you think Hardin is happy to have you wandering around the place? I might have let you wander off for now, but I'm sure he has his eye on you. This is on you too. Feng slips his slate back under his clothes. Just head on up to Minji Express, take a delivery shift, and we'll see what checks up. If you manage to find anyone and extract any data, bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shift, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past, carrying a tray of drinks, and sharply catches Feng's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink, he stands. I think it's time we call this meeting to a close. You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into her pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe. Feng adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. Okay. What is needed for the deliveries? It's risky. Okay. Let's go for it. Ah. Coming into the dangerous protein. Oh, nice. Flipper! There's a thing coming up the corridor as you step out of the Minji's. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. Comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. The slate has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them. You should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper worms in those ports, 1 each, and they will feed me anything and everything stored on Hardin's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what user plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Minji. Turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. Raises a hand in farewell and is gone. Run your fingers over the tiny ripple worm drives in your pocket and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Feng for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. These are all keynotes though. Yeah, we need to unlock more stuff here. These are all agents. Yeah, so it is up there, but I need to... Oh, God damn it. I need to map it out, the place. Taking, but what the heck, let's go. Okay, we need to go and buy us some energy. Complete active scene. This one pops up all of a sudden. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shitheels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later, someone, who you assume is Moritz, drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there, the same voice echoes outside the entrance. Looking for work? Yes? I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. He's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, besides a half deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? Doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch it. Just help me with the casing. Alright then. It definitely moves around the unit, making space for you besides the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up. Then I can get in and unbolt it. You wax the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. What do you do here? Repairs, fit-ups, teardowns. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger base. So here I'm trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. All-time stuff. All this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance of landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quiets it with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. He looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. Happy to help. I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump, though. He keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Liz pulls her hand from deep inside the unit and out it comes, clutching a lumpy cube scorched black. His thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the rack. We kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colored tape and scroll notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. We're just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. M2 converter. Yep. We wait until they are over and then we continue. Okay. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over. The converter is spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect, you passed. You straighten it up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to. Wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. Beautiful jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need shits. You want me to pay to work? Come on, it's not like that. We'll be partners, straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into this. I guess I look pretty stupid. I'm asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense, she manages to smile. I get it. Thanks, she meets your eye. I appreciate it. This goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. Thinking good to wrap this one up for now, but if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me, I don't say this stuff lightly. Away from the bay and propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. Okay. Neutral outcome. Pardon me, Bliss. What? We have two more there. Seems like this is the place though where I'm supposed to use them. I think I need to map out the place then. Or something. I had to pay. Let's see. Rent capsule. That was it? I don't get where these damn things are though. I need to find. I wonder if this isn't like one of the leaving the place parts. I think I might have to buy one of those. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, I have to wait now. See what happens with the bidding. With danger, that means I'm gonna lose. If it goes even neutral. So there's nothing really. Okay, she's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You are perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asked Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers and sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side rail. He grins broadly. Clearly he has been desperate to tell you all cycle. Amazing! Lem holds up his drink. Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. What's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these days, past cycles. Misses her father. Lem looks away. Yeah, he says to no one in particular. The silence stretches out as Lem takes a drink, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. You okay? He knows I can't take all the credits for Mina. She isn't actually mine, gazing into the middle distance. Huh? I pulled her off a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. Colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. It was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. They're not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand? We were private military, hired in by the convoy to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm going to sound like an idiot now, but... He sighs. He saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering light. Me, I brought her to this. It was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw sleeper? What then? The side rail will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Exactly. Imagine all three of us riding the side rail horizon out of here to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the outer wash. I need some sleep, friend. Be around. Alright then, he catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, sleeper. I mean it, from both of us. Pats your shoulder and you slip out in the dark of the whole walkway with force of little Mina in your mind. Aww. Helped a friend and had fun with Bun Bun. Okay, let's put the +1 in that one. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna go for now. Okay. Ah, crap. Forgot about that shit. You missed me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No. You look at him. He is paler than usual, hunched. He is sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. No way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he pulls a colleague. He smiles weakly. This is big, really big stuff about you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. You remember how SNRP canceled a contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed? Me? I lost everything. Let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so what did you think? That was it? Well, it was, except Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if we all SNR gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who is even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down. As it turns out, SNRP cancelled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. Seems they brought someone in-house, some guy who did so well on the last contract that they got offered a job. Leans in. Apparently he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. He was smuggling sleepers out from under SNRP's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm your friend. Ethan says, looking you in the eye, and friends help each other out. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. Wait for the pitch. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners, and they say they will space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessman, he grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. It looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad the anger rising him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You're a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us? He gives a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice, so you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other, a straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it. I want the compressor, every cycle, working. Just, he pauses, just think about Maywick. Think about that cold eye adds an ARP shit on his way here from the core system. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Moritz. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Who? Moritz pauses. I work for Bliss. He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. Well, I don't really have an address. Morris holds up his hand. Hey, no judgment. It's cool. We both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So, what's up? Oh yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods shadily. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah? Morris stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I got it. Cool. Looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a furry job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket's pockets. See you, sleeper. Morris ambles off down the corridor, kicking at a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Baden. Oh, god damn it. We are gonna have to do like this. I need to buy one of. I need to do this. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film marked with holes and sigils unrolls from around the vial. At one end it has a hard metal strip, a handle. You hold a cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? Inspect the handle. The middle handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted to it. 207F. And then crudely scratch into the handle at some later date. Low end. For a moment you consider going back to the surgery room to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to low end to find out. Okay. You know what? We're gonna get that one. Oops. Lock and clanks open, the metal door swinging inward into the dark. Push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. The revealed yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units. The details of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggests a recent, rare and hurried visit. Trace a path to the water dispenser, the outer washed, and to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pillowcase. Go to the doorway. Across the cramped utility room with its outer wash, dispensers, water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Inspect the room. The bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled, the wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. The briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. Approach the terminal. The approach there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper, the being's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record his messages, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind their background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan was supposed to hide me to protect me after everything happened. I was desperate, but then after that I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording, but I'm done with it now. I want out, screw to death. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information, and, as you know, you need me. Pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat, you have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers, I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Get me data, get me information, get me something I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out and you can get what you need. Please, waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal and get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here. Working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. Access the terminal. You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcode. Teen Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yatagan? Try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer your body would die. You glance at the briefcase slab on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clanking shut behind you. Back in the corridor you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. I'm still wondering about well, I'm supposed to find these two things that I need to hack. Yeah, I just don't understand what... Looks like it's supposed to be up here, but I don't see it up there. I wonder if I need to hack those things up there first, so I can see it, or what's going on. Okay, so this is the part we don't have. Okay. We have to help her get the contract done though. So both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay. Bliss thumbs you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We clear that contract, no problem, she stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up, she stretches. Feels good. The airlock climbs and lights flicker, and a moment later you're back in the bay, where Morris is at the racks trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Morris looks over his shoulder. Sleeper! He spins a wrench in his hand. Look like clean work out there, notes respectfully. Look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit! Bliss slams a fist on the console. Shit. What's up? Can't even. Bliss closer. Come here. Bliss calls you over. Look at this. Just look. She spins to the terminal screen and you see the details for the base account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, but then directly after the whole amount was transferred back into an unknown account. What the hell? This is the work of my ex. He punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. He rubs her forehead. There's no way he can. What's thinking? Morris, throw me that wrench. What's that for? Morris spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This. Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal hard. He flings backward as a hail of computer parts building up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memories, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that shit. Morris drifts out from his hiding place amongst the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively. You want me to? Looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces of the Ort Exchange if you have to. Can I help? Bliss glides over to the panel by the wall. Don't worry. One of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out to this place was a cleaning sweep. He flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Liz smiles. Is that or just space the whole bay every few cycles? What now? Liz says, we keep at it. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That the can wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Let me take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweeps as it reaches the near end of the bay. You don't want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. He could have transferred it anywhere. He looks out across the hub, and even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is to ever see him again. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you work for this too, but next time it won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Morris will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. Okay. God damn it, I'm gonna have to... Okay, we need to work on leaving this place. Okay. I'm just gonna make this one as close as we can get. Good, I shouldn't have. risked it, I guess. Whole system. I might have to buy another one of those. Oh, the shit ones we got. To buy one for next content. Sleeper! Morris is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving? Morris nods. That's a struggle. He glances around. Francis' hand through his hair. I've been meaning to ask you, Sleeper. What's it like? Pauses, suddenly unsure. I mean, you know, what does it feel like? To be a sleeper? Yeah, he shrugs. If you don't mind. I'm getting used to it. It's good, he pauses. Really good. I wanted to say I have a lot of sympathy for it. Like having to find a place. Having to survive, having no future. He looks down. A lot of the people around here understand that. Morris looks away and you notice him for the first time. Not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. It'd be bad for not noticing earlier. Morris looks back at you. Anyway, got a message for you. Please send me down. She's got another contract and she needs your help. It's a message, supposes. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through. You did good work. Bliss knows that. No problem. Hey then, he pauses again. She's doing her best, you know. I know. You know, see you up there. Morris turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think yourself it will work out. Maybe it will, huh? Okay, so now it's a safe one, huh? But it's fragile. Buy another one. So what happens if we do this now? Hunter didn't come. Where is... I have to be aware of this though, because we have to have to make sure we are ready to just leave before that one fills up. Hey Data. What do you mean the cover art is nothing like the game? Characters are kind of like that, you know? It's all just steady pictures and stuff. Oh. Here we go. You and Bliss are floating in the base airlock waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait to float around the chambers, carried by a lazy wind. It worked. This bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She takes her tool belt. Seems like we are getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asked, confused, looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. Runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just brought him over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face, adds, they were very thankful. I bet they were, she clenched her face. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. He stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Stay silent. Don't. She gives you a hard look. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free, and then the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. It does. A small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us with mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn hypercommune. Should have known they didn't have a shit to rub between them. He knocks the small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? Are we running a grocers now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. Can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. I can use them. This raises an eyebrows. What 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. We can take a few, but the rest we will sell. She smiles to herself, or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you looking for backup. They will sell well. Besides, looks like I went in business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patch to get a terminal. Then I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You better be on your way too. Okay, then we have mushrooms we need for this. Okay, takes 3 rounds. What can we do here? Not much there. I think we can do a not that I know where the keys are gonna be for, but okay, let's go down. free. God damn it. Yet. Yep. That's. Gotta wait 3 minutes. Skyrim music while we wait. Dun, 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 dun. Yep. Done. Okay. What was it this one needed? Oh yeah, it means that weird thing. Then we do this. Cycle. Okay. I hope that is that we mean we are ready to go. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan data uploaded, the air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Bean's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Bean? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. The voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. Data you've been bringing in from Yatagan agents. There's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants. Records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Her voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. Has to be somehow baked into the wetware's interface. That's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmissions protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, what? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinol enhancement, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, drop into a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. They lean toward the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few seconds to pull this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Yannick? He is one of the heads of Yatagan. They pause. It is better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. I'm back in 4 seconds. Then the sharp crack of a disconnect and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the game, but you have little to go on. Thinking of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implant set below hard eyes. What data could they have been gathering, and more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yataghan's doctor in the first place? You think of the kindness, the care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Okay, I have nothing to do right now. Right? Nope. All we can, let's see, where is... There we have to help him with his debt there. Okay, we're in the cycle. Kind of want to see what happens here if I... Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling shadow reducing with each group that leaves. There is excitement there. Heaven Age just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the side reel out there. Its hulky mass now intimately familiar to you. For the past cycles you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and weathered its bones. Now it's ready for the final stage. You will go to testing now, then enter the final processing of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now your work is done, you can help but feel proud. Cough interrupts you, force its limb, changing out of his work here. Mina nowhere to be seen, he smiles. She'll be ready soon. There's Mina. You two are fast friends, huh? She's being watched at home. Now I'm on the work team, I can afford a bit more help. Corrects himself. Was on the work team, I mean. We are all out of job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lemcon comes to sit with you on the bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you. Mina and me out of here. So confident. Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm due to a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if, until they draw anyway. There's a few cycles to them. Lem is right, for the odds seems unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You start to see more faces than you can count pass through. And are the city's foundation even going to keep their promise? Out there on the eye, You get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building a side reel in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over actually. I need to get you two together again soon, especially now I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment. It's something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down. The whole sky is stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It would sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We would wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell, he sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course, almost there, Lem stands stretching. Best get back to the little one anyway. The shift's done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He told us his gear. See you in a few for the draw. I'll be there. Good luck. Don't need it, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the side reel really take you to a planet, a place with weather, with skies, with life? Get up quickly before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. Okay, 3 rounds, and that happens. Okay. This one is 6 cycles. This one. Heard? Memphis is preparing the roll caps. He has had to heavily adapt his recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them into the wok with the sliced bulb and oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. Yeah, you have a moment, sleeper, he smiles. You have a story. Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. Seems like the story should match the feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memories. We start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how the wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Memphis nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Memphis finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. He smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. Passes you a bowl and heaves the rolls into it. With yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that SNARP left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience, you know that much. Emulated minds cannot be revived, so the need for the embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that stimulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel the warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Memphis takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning, smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market. Somehow changed. Okay. Let's see. We're waiting for that. That's 2 more cycles. Sleeper! Morris is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Alright then, we're in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. He looks down. If it doesn't, are we in trouble? The bay, you mean? He shrugs. We were already in trouble before you got there. The work so far hasn't been enough. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be. He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. Strings up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. Grabs the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. And I would hate not to pay back my debts. Morris stretches. I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. Okay, it's saved there. So we'll stop there for today. And we'll continue this one tomorrow. Well, later on today since it's already Sunday here. So thank you everybody for stopping by today. Much appreciated as always. Hope you all have a great night and have a great weekend. And I'll see you back on Sunday. You all take care. Have a good night. I'll see you back on Sunday. And we'll see if we can finish this one up. Take care everybody. Have a good night.